that I may also be a mistake. This is how 37 is different from us. We are all prisoners of that cave. Only the wise one can find her way out of the cave and return to rescue the rest of us. I'm the ignorant prisoner who sits, and she's the wise one who returns. I will be crushed into dust by the truth, while she will be the star, shining above it. The truth is like the stars in the night sky, beautiful, but cold. It has been there long before my existence, and will stay that way long after I'm gone.
The shape of truth is not fixed. Anyone who tries to be a haunted house. Kevin, it could be found.
Fine.
Intersect and divide.
Right wind. Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Don't blink.
Intersect and divide. How troublesome.
Haven't you eaten? Fine.
This is special.
Oh.
Whoa.
Chia.
Yes, this is my moment.
ВДВ. Сколько побед? Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Swallow my exhaust. Oh. Fine.
It could be Kevin that...
Right wind.
Time to check my calculation. Are you a rational numbers?
Of course! Peace needs to be made to happen.
That's it. I still have 10 more songs to play.
These are not the same kind of Abraxas as we've encountered before. Do they have different varieties?
Wait, where is Miss 37?
Hey! Come on, keep up!
Did she just take off like that while we fought? Sneaky little. We should leave two Vert in.
Wait a second, Regulus. Do you sense anything familiar in the fog?
Uh-huh, you bet. This is the first guest room we were put in when we first entered the island.
No, Captain. This apple has the same strange feeling. We saw the rise of Ceres in the same kind of fog. And before that...
That's the same fog as in the Elitiao space.
That is to say... This fog is the cause of our illusion to see the Ceres and the Abraxas' attack.
Don't rush to conclusions. Follow 37 first. Oh, and what's that series you were talking about?
I just picked up a piece of paper. Like this, just bent over and reached to the ground.
What book is it?
Oh, probably just some math problems left from the critter's breakfast. You never know. Wait. The Compounds of Alchemy. The 12 gates leading to the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. This is that alchemy handbook given to Edward IV by George Ripley. Why is it here?
Look at this, Captain. Of the Great Stone of the Ancients by Basil Valentine. The 112 books by Geber. Emerald's tablet in Latin. Seems like there are more ancient texts about alchemy hidden inside the whole, but they are all incomplete.
Oh, so maybe I need to crack some more crossword puzzles to find out about this.
Our caves endow people with wisdom. Our secret knowledge is hidden in the silent boulder walls. The knowledge in those books is just a drop in the ocean. Follow me, Regulus.
Vertin, you lot go ahead. Go with 37. I will meet you outside.
You want to read these books here?
The knowledge passed down through language can easily be distorted. Compared to the wisdom of a Perron, it's nothing.
No, I'm not going to stay here. I'm going back. Oh, all right. I might as well just admit that your cave indeed has the power to give people insights. If I follow its lead, perhaps I'll finally work out the answer about that little thing I've been carrying with me. Never thought that I'd find the answer here. Easy as picking up a shell on a beach.
What? You don't want to get closer to the truth?
Oh, of course I do. And that's precisely why I don't want to get to it so easily. I don't want it to be fed into my brain. Come on, it's the ultimate truth that we're talking about. If someone just tells me the ending of Lord of the Flies before I enjoy the book, I will throw them into the sea as you people do.
Oh. I only met two people who reject the truth. So this is the mindset of irrational numbers. I see. Thank you for being my subject of observation, Regulus. Go, Vertin. We have a long way ahead.
Be careful, Regulus.
Don't worry, I know this place well enough by now. After all, I've never been so welcomed in any other place ever. Critters, monsters, creatures with strange heads. Do you worse. This pirate is not afraid of you.
That's right. That's right. I tried to talk to Miss Centurion, but as soon as she tossed that coin, I felt dizzy and passed out. Aww. It makes no sense. I mean, her luck completely overturns a probability theory.
Look at my back. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It could be found.
A little trick.
Aha! Time to check my calculation.
Haven't you eaten?
That's troublesome.
Fine.
Given that... It could be found. Given that...
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Form is a bubble. Form is a bubble.
Right win. Haven't you eaten?
Relax, relax. Relax.
Up here on, the boundless, the beginning of all things. Everything originates from it and returns to it. Infinity has no start and no end. But nothing would come into existence if there's only infinity. Look up there, Vertin. Now they are presenting in their true forms. In their purest and newest forms. Our world was born from the wounds on infinity. When it's cut by finity, the patterns of the cutting are what we call mathematics. Thus, the essences of numbers exist inside all beings, and the patterns of all numbers exist in all matters. The length of a butterfly's wings and its body are in golden ratio, and the plant leaves grow on their stems in the pattern of the Fibonacci spiral. This is the most primitive rhythm of Arcanum, and it is also the beginning of our extraordinary study. This is the essence.
And how do I submit my proof?
Close your eyes, Vertin. Only when your eyes are closed will your mind open up. Now, stay fully concentrated and recall the question you want to verify. Only in the absolute contemplation can truth reveal itself to you.
The storm, the emanation, the storm syndrome. Where are they from? Foundation, Manus Vindictae, Aperon. What roles do they play? Why does the storm fall when history trembles? Why doesn't the storm fall into the misty land? What is the ingredient of asymmetrical nuclide R?
is a dark underground labyrinth. But Numa can guide us to go beyond all things and reach the exit. Virgin, can you see it?
It's burning! What's going on? Is somebody fighting with the Manus now? What's happening outside the cave?
Virgin, why are you straying? The meditation goes beyond control. You will be thrown out of here. This would be a foolish mistake. The repair on this is...
Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live. Including thee.
"37! 37! What happened? Were all those illusions? If it weren't for the heat of the stone bangle that wakes me up, would I go as crazy as they did? This stone reminds me of the spinning wheel. The collector of asymmetric nuclei are. If the reagent turns gold after reacting with the fog here, that means the fog contains elements that can be immune to the storm. The color changed faster than I thought. The concentration of R is hundreds of times, no, thousands of times higher than in the Manus' masks. In other words, whoever owns this cave can produce the protective equipment of the storm in big numbers. Is that the reason why Arcana is here?
Oh, Mother, our model. Has it failed? Has it failed?
I need to take 37 out of here. So the Abraxas were people from the Manus. The fog here can affect people's minds, like those around the lake in my suitcase. Have the Manus found a way to launch attacks without being punished by the bangle? Or don't they care about the price they will be paying anymore? I hope Regulus didn't throw my words to the wind. I have to get rid of them first, and go out to join the others.
Look at my back.
The peace agreement no longer works? Or is it safe as long as the contracting parties have no intention to fight? The conditions are not clear. A reckless attack may lead to the punishment of the Bangle. I have to be careful with the method and timing of attacking.
Relax.
Fine. It could be given that.
Please, don't resist.
Right win. Are you irrational numbers?
Wait. The body is melting. It turns into a seed. So this is how the Manners fight against the restrictions. They sacrifice one man to feed another.
No worries.
They're just little games. Wanna watch the time?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Woohoo! Release! A little trick. Oh. It could be found. Start me up!
Relax.
Intersect and divide. Left hand up. Now right hand up.
The sacrificed follower has been absorbed by the seed. Is this some kind of ritual?
In the cave, one can see the form of everything.
37? Can you hear me?
Mother.
Are you ready to be blinded?
No worries.
Given that. Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
Come back to me.
Form is a bubble.
Stop. We need some peaceful moments.
Start me up. They're just start me up.
The dead followers turned into geometric symbols. Is it because of the cave? So the seed is the form of Manus Vindictae.
The forms transcend all matters.
Things are not as simple as I thought. I must make a plan and exercise great care.
Are you ready to be blinded? It could be found. Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Are you ready to shake? No! Release! Are you irrational numbers?
Don't blink.
Troublesome.
No worries.
The
Whatever.
final demonstration.
Сколько побед.
Isn't that...
Come back to me.
Swallow my exhaust.
Welcome to the world of numbers. Are you irrational numbers? Peace and love! Peace and love! Go away! Start me up! It could be proven that... Rock, rock, rock! Change the world! Form is a bubble.
Form of Manus Vindictae. It's more distorted than I thought. It's all over.
Red 38 is about to return.
Vertin, finally! The Manus suddenly emerged everywhere like ants. Lilia and I couldn't take them all down. I would have acted sooner if you hadn't told me not to pick fights.
Bleen, all they want is to attack, even if their blood will be sucked out. Insane! Back when we were spying on them, I told Sanetta to screw the peace agreement through the radio. I knew those geometry psychos and the Manus would go mad sooner or later. They were not that crazy when they were solving the math problems. There! What the hell happened down there?
The cave is the key to be immune to the storm. There is a cave on this island, which has the same effect as my suitcase. That's what the Manus are after.
What?
But hasn't she also put on the stone bangle? Even if she can break free from that bangle, there is no way she'd let her followers keep carrying out suicide attacks. And if she has signed that peace agreement, how will she take the cave from a Byron?
Vertin? What's that?
I'm afraid you have overstayed your welcome, Ms. Arcana. I have to regrettably remind you not to overstep the boundaries, despite the great help you've given to us.
I take not thought for needless disputes, but to ask a simple question. The great philosophers, ye seek the ancient wisdom, follow the sage's teaching, and pursue the noble virtues. You are separated from the world for thousands of years, and you have not gained the human's understanding, nor have you sought for it. I find pleasure in this allegory of the cave, However, hast this been unto thee? That who led us to the exile in this cave.
What are they? I've never seen these before. Why are they here? These things should not appear on this island.
No! 37, no!
Sonetto, did you bring the humans' army here?
Who ate beans? Given that it could be given that. Time to check my calculation. Huh. Form is a bubble. It could be found.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Uh-huh.
Right wind. A little trick.
Who ate beans? It could be found, given that.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Form is a bubble. Time to check my calculation.
Right wind. Oh. Gee.
It could be found.
Stop. Fine.
Relax. Time Time to check my calculation.
Rock, rock, rock! Change the world!
Right win.
I smell the scent of mint oil. Don't touch my bag! No worries. Relax. They're just little games. Woohoo! Release!
The final demonstration.
Peaceful moments.
It could be found.
Are you ready to be blinded?
Welcome to the world of numbers. Time to check my calculation.
Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Start me up!
Given that, it could be found.
Don't blink.
Lights!
Are you irrational numbers? Intersect and divide. Given it could be found.
No worries. They're just little games.
Time to check my calculation.
Hip hip! Hooray! Dental checkup.
Wow. So many things that I haven't seen. Move your legs. Be serious. Stay focused.
Good timing. Advice from the forest.
What's this? Your legs. Be serious. Stay focused. It seems to be mixed up. This should be fine, right? That's Cradle. What's that? Your legs. What's this? It seems to be mixed up. This should be fine, right? Just like in the trace. Be serious. Stay focused. Oh, don't worry. I have prepared it all. I have prepared it all.
Frost you with the armor of the forest.
That was lightning. Move your legs. Be serious. Move your legs. That's Cradle.
Look at my back. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Even that.
Don't blink.
Intersect and divide. Are you irrational numbers? So troublesome.
Fine.
It could be found. Even that.
Don't blink.
Uh-huh. Time to check my calculation. Huh.
Haven't you eaten? Wanna watch the time?
No worries.
Oh. A little trick.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Haven't you eaten?
Victory? Okay. But what does it... Who ate beans?
Fine.
Even it could be found.
Right win.
Intersect and divide. Uh-huh.
Haven't you eaten?
Given it could be given that form is a bubble. Uh-huh. Huh. Are you irrational numbers?
Haven't you eaten? Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It will all no worries.
A little trick.
Thank you for your cooperation. Come back to me.
It could be found.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Uh-huh.
Don't blink. Right win.
Go away. Given that it could be found.
Relax.
Intersect and divide. Huh. Uh-huh.
Red 38 is about to return.
Dental checkup.
Fine.
It could be given that
Right win.
form is a bubble. Are you irrational numbers?
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
It could be found.
No worries.
Don't blink.
Form is a bubble.
Please, don't resist. No worries. Breathe.
Aha! Huh.
Breathe. We need some peaceful moments.
It could be found.
Right wind.
Form is a bubble. Huh?
Haven't you eaten?
Rational. The final demonstration. It could be found, given that... Welcome to the world of numbers! Huh. Form is a bubble.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Look at my back. Fine.
Given that it could be found,
Don't blink.
are you irrational numbers? Intersect and divide. Oh. Huh? Given that it could be found, given that... Uh-huh. Intersect and divide. Intersect and divide. Huh.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
The final demonstration.
Right wind.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Who ate beans? It could be found, given that... Time to check my calculation. Are you irrational numbers? It could be found. A perfect argument. Are you irrational numbers? Intersect and divide. It could be found, given that... Form is a bubble. Huh. Given that... Uh-huh. Form is a bubble.
Red 38 is about to return.
Greetings. Today your shirt matches the color.
Wow! So this is the library in Pertin School! So many people here. They're probably around my age. We've also got this many shelves in the library of Sotheby's Manor. Are there any alchemy workshops and potion warehouses here, like in our manor? Where can I find Miss Buanish? Madame Z told me to come here, but she didn't give any other clues. The people here really need Mr. Teaketler, who is always nice and warm to the guests. Just twist his teapot ear, then he can take you anywhere. If not so, placing a luck-a-day potion at the entrance would help as well. If I had made it before I came, Miss Buanish and I might have met by now. Or she will just pop up behind me. Are you looking for me? Oh my word! Oops, that was too loud. Where are my manners? Oh, nice to meet you. Are you Miss Buanish? That's fantastic. How did you find me? Did you see me in the Oneiromancy? Or through a crystal orb? Either way, it is the great Arcanum. I'm much greater than that. Look at you, dressed as if you'd just been to a ball. You are as eye-catching as the pigment board on a sketch. I saw you the moment I came into the library. A ball? Does the Foundation hold balls too? Non, I'm saying... Est-ce que tous les amis de Vertine parlent comme ça? Never mind. Madame Z told me you wanted to look up the materials on the mysterious school that believes in numbers here. That's right. Miss Moisson told me she will thoroughly check the documents in the Foundation archive. So I'll go through the books in the SPDM library. If we can find anything about that school, we can be of more help to Vertin and her team. I'm sorry, Miss Sotheby, but I'm afraid the situation is going to disappoint you. While you spend the last hour looking for Teaketler's ear, the kind-hearted monitor assistant already gained a valuable access to the library. But I haven't found any records regarding the mysterious school that believes in numbers yet. Oh, but Miss Moisson said there are so many books here that they can cover the entire back of a Stronsay beast. That's a bit exaggerated, but she's right. Nevertheless, the librarian was transferred to a more important position years ago due to the storm. Many old books are not yet sorted. Some even went missing in the chaos. The only relevant materials I could find are the stories of Pythagoras and some books on mathematical theorems.
But I don't think they have anything to do with Vertine's issue. That means I can't do anything to help them. Please stop being emotional. It doesn't work on this professional member of the Foundation. Without field investigation permission, I can't take you out to collect information. But in fact, there is still another reference room only known to the most outstanding monitor assistant. Hooray! Shh. It's a violation to make noises in the library! Please follow me, Miss Sotheby. Thank you so much, Miss Buanish. You mentioned ball. I haven't heard that word for a very long time. I remember what Mr. Carson, my butler, had taught me. He said, express your gratitude to fair ladies by holding a grand ball. I'll write to my father and ask for a brand new, unsinkable and maneuverable rock and roll park. I'm sure he will gladly say yes. Maneuverable rock and roll park? Yes. We can hold a twist ball on it when Bertin and her team are back. Please allow me to say no. The monitor assistant of SPDM will never participate in such an inelegant activity. Wait, did you just say Vertin and her team? We can talk about the ball later. The kind-hearted Matilda Buanish will try her best to help you with the task. But, of course, it's only out of her sense of responsibility, not for some personal reasons. We are the reference room storing unnecessary information. It's a place ignored by most staff. Even so, this careful, reliable monitor assistant will not let go of any details. I hereby officially appoint you as the Chief Assistant of Monitor Assistant of SPDM. I will take my responsibility and teach you how to become a devoted Foundation member. Here is your first task. Read through these unsorted old files. All of them. I have searched all the archived ones. These are the last parts. Most of them are discarded administrative documents, low-priority materials, and substandard reports written by rookie investigators. By the way, you should know I didn't sort any of them out for you, and they don't necessarily have what you want. It's all right. Leave them to me. I love reading. You'd better do. Here's the key. Keep it safe. You can sit on the cushion there when you sort out the files. I don't want your dress to stain the stone bench. I'll go see if I missed any files. Listen, this monitor assistant will test you on your familiarity with these files when she's back.
Double check completed. Looks like I didn't miss any relevant files. Phew, quite a long day. I doubt if that spoiled lady can finish all the materials. She must have been bored and fallen asleep, waiting for her tea kettler in the dream. It takes much more than dancing at balls to be a Foundation investigator. I'll send her back to that teacher when she wakes up. In the end, it will be the kind-hearted Matilda who finishes the task for her. Being a great monitor assistant comes with great responsibility. Oh! Miss Boanish! You didn't fall asleep. Did you sort out these files? Yes. And I love these books in uncommon shapes. There are so many wonderful stories. I often read books with Sasana when Father wasn't at home. We read and read until the red bomb waves woke up the sun. Moreover, these files are much easier than Miss Moisson's reading task. Here, the gentleman from River Conway tamed a whole group of Avanks. How marvelous is that? Oh, okay. Looks like you meet the basic requirements for being a rookie investigator. Tu es plus ou moins qualifié pour être mon assistante en chef. And I also found this interesting report. It tells a lot about the storm and the numbers. Will this be helpful to Burton? Show it to me. I have to say, it is undoubtedly a violation to submit such a report, but it will be a travesty of the truth and human sense if I cover it up.
Peace, sense, justice. They have always been the creeds in my heart, and are now the reason why I have decided to write down the whole thing. A long time has passed since the first attack of the most severe crisis in our time, but we are still wondering, what on earth does it mean? That was the eve of the millennium, of which no one had any memories, illogically. The next day, time was already reversed to 1996, the moment we opened our eyes. We walked out of the building made of grey and white marble as usual, hardly aware that the sun we bathed in was from another time. Our survival was unexpected and almost unbelievable in such a calamity which swept the globe. Why did the headquarters of the Foundation survive the reverse? Why couldn't we find our younger selves in the outside world? Did any other region survive it as we did? What was the cause behind this calamity? I didn't know, nor did anyone else. Things remained unclear until time was reversed again. This time, we all witnessed that rain in the 80s.
These files Burton needs? I think so. It's a report written by someone who witnessed the storm. And it has recorded the storms before Burton became the timekeeper. before she became the timekeeper? Whoa. So Vertin wasn't born a timekeeper. She didn't tell you that? Wait, no one is born a timekeeper. It's not an inherited title. Anyway, this report includes the secret chronology only accessible to the core members of the Foundation. You can only check it under the supervision of the monitor assistant before you become a qualified investigator. No matter what the reason is, it shouldn't have been shoved in this dusty room like rubbish. To evaluate its authenticity and risk, the genius Mathilda Boiniche will fulfill her duty as the monitor assistant and carry out a thorough inspection of this report. If you agree to this resolution, please nod, Assistant Sotheby. Yes.
That was 1985. A gloomy, miserable night compared to that peaceful morning in 1996, when we were only bothered by confusion. We didn't expect time to be reversed again, nor did we understand the consequence. Even now, I still remember Paulina's desperate cry. One of her hens was already inside the safe area when she fell at the entrance to the headquarters, and that was the only part of her left to us the next second. The only legacies we found were an engagement ring on that hand and her favorite blue polka dot scarf, which we used to wrap her remains in the end. To be honest, I admired those who still remained calm and sympathized with the arcanists on the edge of mental breakdown. It had nothing to do with the 1/4 arcanist blood in my body. It was only the kind of empathy which all mankind would share out of instinct in the face of a hopeless calamity. We lost many, too many colleagues. In the materials they sent back, we even saw all the horrifying phenomena, such as one's veins turning into electric wires. Since then, the storm, a word simply taken from visual observation, has been used to refer to the calamity. Of course, we can have a word for the calamity itself. But what words should we use to conclude all the absurdity and panic? Before the storm, we were all familiar with time. It was supposed to be a straight line connecting the past and the future. We followed the line to move forward. We broke free from ignorance. We built civilizations. We developed technologies. We promoted the well-being of mankind. And we improved our living conditions step by step. We were so sure that we were making progress on the right path. But then, the path was taken away all of a sudden. Oh, time, our closest old friend, where are you taking us? Back to the two most painful war times in the 20th century? The era when no one had ever heard the hiss of steam engines, or the century when mankind was yet to be enlightened? So far, mankind has achieved a lot in history. Dynamos, automobiles, flyovers, railways, hospitals, poorhouses. But if it goes on like this, what is the point of all the efforts we have made? Now we are like a shipwreck left on the island of time, witnessing the fall of the whole modern world in the unstoppable tsunami. Even though the Foundation has lost a lot of staff members, they are still doing fine compared to Laplace. My younger brother was a good example. He was the most sensible person I have ever known. On the first day of the second reverse, he told me, in a calm manner,
"At least we have reaffirmed that Newton was right. There was never an arrow of time in classical mechanics. Neither in relativity nor quantum mechanics. That That means this is absolutely normal. Whether the time goes backwards or forwards, even if it starts spinning around like a tabletop football player, you're not against the law of physics. We can go back in time and give Poincaré a Medal of Great Prophet.
The next day, he almost fell off the 6th floor due to excessive drinking. All the perceptions of time and space developed to this day were overthrown. We couldn't find any theories to explain the storm in any existing researches. There could only be two reasons for this situation. Either we've been completely wrong all the time, or we've come to a brand new world. And this new world can never make sense in the way of science, or that of physics. It cannot be verified by an independent third party, and it is impossible to be comprehended through reasoning. Is it true that we have been going the wrong way? Is it true that those once proven wrong by history, those arcanists who claim to possess gnosis, are actually on the right path? In fact, the one who put an end to the chaos was indeed not a human. This thing, I had no idea what it was. It claimed to be a machine which never stops working. It laughed at the limitations of our brains and the metaphysical mistakes we make ceaselessly. But it did solve the most urgent issue. A system was built to tackle storm-relevant emergencies after it took charge of Laplace. The first measure it adopted was contacting all the existing branches of the Foundations at the time to confirm the scale of available manpower. Then it built observation stations all over the globe to find if there were any other regions immune to the storm. After that, numerous offices responsible for deducing the cause of the storm were established. Even though there were countless disagreements during the research, at least we had taken the first step. I handed in the application to take part in this mission, determined to get rid of the fog in my mind. In 1986, I was assigned to the office in Egypt. All my friends came to the dock to see me off, because we knew it could be the final goodbye. Even though we were equipped with the emergency communication devices issued by Laplace, we were still not clear when the storm would assault us, or where we could hide nearby. What really scared me was not the threat to my life, but the possibility of dying ignorant. Then I boarded the ship to Alexandria from Athens. And that was when I met her. Now when I recall it, it was almost impossible to ignore that group of arcanists on the ship. There were about a dozen of them, all in eccentric stitched robes. They were followers of a strange school which mixes arcanum and mathematics. I talked to them. No matter how much that conversation bewilders me now, I was more excited than confused at the time. They also survived the storm in 1996, and they noticed the unusual changes taking place in the world as well. That means I actually met another group of survivors from the millennium.
Wait! A school of arcanists who survived the storm? A mixture of arcanum and mathematics. The ship on the Mediterranean. Unbelievable. Our investigator actually met this group of arcanists who believed in numbers, and even left such a precious record down on paper. Does it mean we are close to being helpful to Version? Certainly. It's what we deserve for all the efforts today. But why did they leave such an important report in the reference room storing unnecessary information? Did they misput it here after the chaos of the storm?
Among them, the most easygoing one was Hugh. He was an engineer as well as an arcanist. We shared the same preference for human technology, and that became our common topic. Hugh was in his 30s, red-haired, cheeks sunken, and deeply depressed due to some kind of eye disease. He was a decent man, with a prudent attitude, working at a desk most of the time. He reminded me of the imperial miniature painting artists in the Sultan's palace. Most of them ended up blind after toiling for their life. He showed me the picture of his daughter. I don't have children, but I could feel his happiness as a father. Although I got along well with Hugh, he seemed quite out of place among that group, which was actually led by her. I don't know what words to use to describe her. She was like a meteor shower, a tempest, or an unreasonable catastrophe itself. Her existence was just like her name. It was simple, yet implied a lot. Please forgive me for my cowardice. Even now, I don't have the courage to write down her name, if one would call that a name. In fact, she was quite a kind, warm-hearted person. Among all the unregistered arcanists I've met, she was one of the nicest ones towards the Foundation. She looked young, even though I heard she had a daughter too. Besides, she still possessed the innocence of a child, and that kind of excitement exclusive for genius. That's right. It seemed the whole world was like a sparkling toy to her. Our communication was heart-stirring at the beginning. Both of us were eager to find out what was happening, like two shipwrecked victims grappling at each other on the sea. But I didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about, actually. The problem was not the typical communication issues between humans and arcanists. I was sure the language we used didn't pose any obstacles, but still I couldn't understand any words of hers. I would believe that one is highly intelligent if one can name all the factors of 11,567 without thinking. But what this one said was illogical nonsense which no one could ever imagine. She claimed that there is a world of numbers, above all else, where the non-physical essences of all things exist in the form of timeless, absolute, unchangeable ideas, and that the physical world where the time flows is nothing but an appendage, which has never been real or true. And that's why the chaos in this world is not worth any attention, and we should focus on what happened to the supreme existence. What an utter disaster combining modern maths with ancient superstition. I saw another hubristic arcanist pretending to be the prophet by reliving Platonism. I don't even bother to mention the balderdash on soul numbers. Even the New Age movement could use some of her absurdity. But that was not yet the end. She even claimed to be aware of the exact year when the next reverse would happen. But when I asked her about it seriously, she said,
"My apologies. I've made an oath. I shall and only shall reveal the demonstration to people who have their own soul numbers."
I'm not sure whether she was making fun of me or being serious, but I had this feeling that she was eager to tell me how she was granted the secret through a moment of afflatus. It seemed she just saw through the laws behind all things instead of finding them through logical deduction.
Can't you see it? It is right in front of you.
After I expressed my inability to comprehend her words 30 times, she finally gave up and proffered regrets. I'd rather take it as a new kind of humiliation. What really irritated me about her, however, was her contempt towards science and all the scientific research methods. As far as I'm concerned, the value of a theory lies in its reliability, universality, and generalizability. Our pursuit of the truth has laid the foundation of modern science, allowing us to change the world. Yet, in her eyes, the value of a theory lies in its beauty. I talked to her on the current situation, and I told her how we would save lives and preserve the hard-earned technology of mankind if we could find the pattern of the storm. It was of course not an easy thing to do and would take enormous manpower, so I asked her sincerely to join the Foundation. Yet again she responded with contempt. She believed they would only become another military squad of the Foundations.
Darling, maths are beautiful for their uselessness. That's why it remains noble and graceful in this sordid world, despite you humans' reckless action of using it to calculate ballistic.
She turned down my invitation and left an unfairly negative comment on our storm observation project.
The observation stations you built are destined to be toppled because their basis is the fragile world that follows the laws of physics. The efforts you've made are like nails on a sand beach, which will only be carried away by the next tidal wave.
But I said, perhaps our efforts are in vain, but someone has to do it. We will try every corner of the beach before making the conclusion that the world we are living in is already a hopeless ruin.
What a pragmatic, rigorous, and rational speech. But dear, the world is a hopeless ruin.
The conversation ended in disagreement. I don't know why arcanists hate the world so much. Perhaps the reason is they have never been truly accepted. To this day, I still remember her venomous conclusion.
The world built on past experiences has ended. In your words, which you used to mock us, why not embrace the reality?
Yet about the gnosis which she deeply believed in, and the so-called prophecies she made through numbers, she had never given any proofs or details that showed rigorous logic. And the reason for her inactions was an oath she had made before some stone? Therefore I believed her words were only the nonsense of a lunatic. When we first met, I thought she was different from all those psychos, who mistook the malfunction of their prefrontal cortex as the will of God. But they turned out to be the same. In the name of human sense, I swore everything she said was absurd and ridiculous to me. Until...
Madame Z said the arcanists on that island are all named after numbers, because they have a strong belief that numbers are the essence of their souls. The investigator wouldn't write down her name. Is it because of the conflict between their beliefs? Huh? That's all? Submitting such an unfinished report would only cause problems for the reviewers and evaluators, but this investigator didn't even write down their name.
Don't worry, Ms. Burnish. I'm familiar with this situation. Every time after the brave Typhon defeats Jupiter, he returns to the Auto Island. But each time we twist the ear of Mr. Glassbox, Typhon will show up again and again. Ms. Moisson told me the ear is the key to bringing back our hope.
Wait, don't tell me you are talking about the shows on the mechanical television? Stop, Miss Sotheby. Please, take a seat on the cushion and listen to me carefully. This is a detailed report written by a formal investigator of the Foundations, not some TV show full of cliffhangers. That means we will definitely find the rest somewhere.
Oh, I see. Must be a Coco treant who took away the other part of the book. Usually, they will be attracted by Luna Fixer, and by following their traces, we'll find their lairs in the stable.
You mean someone took it away? That's highly possible. Data loss is not allowed in the Foundation, especially under the Monitor Assistance Management.
We must prepare Luna Fixer. Don't forget their favorite jigging magical beans. I don't have those materials with me right now, but I can write to them. It only takes a month.
Nuh-uh, we don't need that. You've perfectly accomplished the task from me when you found this valuable report. Well done, Assistant Sotheby. Now it's time for the great Matilda to show a little bit of her greatness.
什么特名字啊？
大家好，这是回汉。简单说两句即将上线的37副卡池啊，这个卡池推不推荐抽？其实我觉得这个问题以后可以做一个统一的回答了，那就是在快上新角色的时候，副卡池都可以不忙着抽，等到新角色的技能预告出来，再下决定也不迟。所以
7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37.
这一期卡池的抽一建议是，先别急着下，等一等17号的马库斯技能预告再说。另外，没抽伊索尔德的死神呢，也建议抽一个林索伊索尔德。角色本身还是非常强力的，感兴趣的死神呢，可以看看咱们之前的评测，链接我放在下方了，这里咱们就不再赘述。那么说完建议后，咱们再说说这个池子本身。假设有个死神说，我现在不考虑抽马库斯，也不考虑抽伊索尔德和其他角色，我就想听听老约翰，你对37这个池子本身有什么看法啊？那我的看法其实很简单，没有的可 可以抽个0速，有1速的建议不搞2速。至于其他塑造，那就不做推荐了，没必要。原因咱们之前也说过了，与其给老角色抽高塑造，期望增加其保质期，那还不如留着兔子去抽新角色呢。那有的私人可能会说，有1速建议不2速，这个我们能理解，毕竟2速是37的关键塑造，能增加不少伤害。但你为啥给别人推荐抽0速37呢？我可听说37 0速相当于别人的负2速，老约翰，你这不是害人吗？各位，0速37是不强，这个咱们早期在1.4评测的时候就说过，但是也不至于被妖魔化的如此厉害。再说了，在犬鸟登场以后，哪个主 C 还能光靠数值赚口饭吃？都得或多或少靠点自身机制。37有2大机制：本源创伤与情敌追击。本源创伤本就是一个极端词条，遇见合适的场合，例如高受创减免的鬃毛邮报，那就发挥的比大多数角色要好一些；没遇见，那就发挥的比大多数角色要差一些。很正常啊，就像咱们之前说过的，一个角色对于特定副本的适用性越好，那么它对于其他副本的泛用性就越差。群体追击这个机制也是同样的道理，像是清除这次邮报的小怪嘲讽，或是消灭这次梦境招的那2个木桩，这种不要求伤害高低，但就需要高频率去抽它2下的关卡，就很适合37这个群体追击机制的发挥。那这时候大家可能会说了，哦，老约翰，我听明白了，感情你的意思是0速37就主要作为一张对策卡呗？是啊，但是当对策卡咋了？当对策卡又不丢人。在这期鬃毛邮报里，发挥最出彩的不是其他角色，正是小叶尼塞与佛稿人这2张对策卡，并且咱们可以推断，以后的光南关卡设计还会越来越重视对策卡的就业与发挥。再说了，除了对策卡之外，0速37也能在你没有其他合适角色的时候充当下信息主 C 的，不一定很强，但总归是能用。这里贴几张37与同时5星的使用手册。
These people next door are really noisy. Could you...
Time to check my calculations.
Uh-oh. Haven't you eaten?
Please, just please. Time to check my calculations.
Don't blink.
3, Welcome to the world of numbers. Oh, it's a bubble.
Red 38 is about to return.
37. Look! Certainly. One, two, three. Hmm? Hmm? Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Hmm? Oh. Fine. Hmm. So... does all this have any symbolic meaning? But... Hmm... Hmm? So... Hmm... Sorry. That's all right. "37. I just think... Hmm? But... Hmm? Hmm? But... Hmm? Certainly. But... Certainly. But... Yeah.
Good timing. This is the vital part of my proof. You have brought me the Eureka. A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration. Dust. An excellent result. I've always believed carbuncles have a better taste than most real numbers because they know that a triangle is the strongest shape. You're back. Of course you are. Is this?
You're back. Of course you are. Is this?
「 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, 37.
起飞，忘记那未知的明天，跳我进玫瑰，感觉到。喂喂喂！晚上好，大家吃饭了没呀？我感觉我眼睛好难受啊！滴个眼药水，等一下。眼药水买了。我怀疑我真的闭不上眼睛，家人们，我那个我可以就是闭着眼睛滴眼药水，从那个眼角流进去。本来就这么低的，真的吗？我以为这是我自己发明的呢。是不是这样的哦？眼科护士就是这么低的。我这2天我感觉我睡醒了，眼睛好难受啊，可能真的用眼过度了，有点。我感觉我的眼睛都不是红血丝了，我感觉眼睛都红了。 点叶黄素，多打打瓦就好了。好的。果然想听你唱首《新造的人》，以后打瓦手枪用。你在说什么东西啊？我怎么看不懂呢？晚上耍手机开个台灯，感觉台灯很刺眼啊。啊！我操！什么情况啊？谢谢啊！这是什么情况？谢谢红木拉老板的总督啊！我有个洞。谢谢。啊？啊？啊？我操！什么情况啊？谢谢啊！这是 谢谢红木拉老板的总督啊！我勒个豆！谢谢老板的总督啊！好久没有收到这么贵重的礼物了，太破费了吧？不是什么情况啊？老板点歌吧，老板。把梨花又开放承诺的1年提督提前兑换成总督，因为想要挂货啊，嘿嘿。哎呀，这个什么时候都是，哥不着急，等多久都可以，不用有压力。太破费了，老板。梨花又开放，我再听一遍。谢谢老板的总督，好久没有收到这么贵重的礼物了，太破费了吧！谢谢老板，这怎么好意思呀？太破费了吧！一来就收到这么贵重的礼物。听啊，现在就听啊，再听一遍。但我感觉我上次听了一遍，我感觉差不多要学会了，这到后面不太会唱。老板想听黄马版的，好吧。等一下。
Hello， 酷狗。
黄马。喜欢这首歌还是喜欢黄妈这版本的歌啊？投稿，我知道。
Look at my back.
小人带过来的，不行，他有点挡歌词，算了，撤一下吧你。
Wanna watch the aerial stunt? Don't blink.
啊哈！哪个版本无所谓，按你自己的情感来。心里最完美的版本自己唱不出来，所以希望你可以。我应该也不太行吧
？Haven't you eaten?
Relax.
Fine.
No worries. Please, don't resist.
A little trick.
could be found.
这样转音吧。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Intersect and divide.
必须压力，压力那个大头鬼压力。人家老婆都没说什么了。
Hip hip, hooray!
遥遥洁白的树枝，花雨满天飞扬，两行滚滚泪水
留在树下，
给我血肉的故乡，永生难忘，我永不忘，永不能忘，我永不忘，永不能忘，
永不能忘。
永生永世。
怎么办？感觉一直鼻子里有鼻涕，但是又擤不出来，为什么呢？
Look at my back. Fine.
It could be given that.
Don't blink.
Time to check my calculation.
谢谢。
There's a bubble.
加深抽再加去真正的摸摸。过敏了？是过敏了吗？过敏的原因吗？
It could be given that. Relax.
这应该是小孩唱
Time
吧
to check my
小孩
calculation.
唱的。
Intersect and divide.
Please, don't resist.
我没有鼻炎吧？
Stop.
Chia.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
小孩版的。
Dental checker.
怎么混响这么
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Right win.
我在知乎看到有把你写成渣女的小说，真的假的？在哪里看啊？搜索什么关键词啊？
Given it could be found. Time to check my calculation. Intersect and divide.
Right win.
真有吗？
Chia.
别看我，
Wanna watch time?
我又不是那种人。
Time to check my calculation.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
反正就是你一边追白月光，一边还要把男主包养。我，你确定是我吗？是还是就是名字是一样的人啊？你也看到了。 我能包养谁啊？
Given that it could be found.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Time.
Intersect and divide. Are you a rational number?
Oh oh. Don't blink.
包养我，谢谢小宝的是谁？好好好。带上吧来。
They're just stop me out.
现在就给你买吃的。
Frog, frog, change the world.
小孩唱的可以，这个混响确实大，这应该是他们现场的那个现场调试声音，应该差不多都这样吧？好像这都是现场版的。谢谢宝，我还不饿。装什么矜持呢？啊，我让你发你就发。喜不喜欢？霸道总裁，说话。
No worries.
It could be Kevin that. Stop me up.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh, there's a bubble.
Huh. Red 38 is about to return.
找首歌唱吧，让你发你就发，让你发你就发。点歌，怎么回事啊？今天都播了16分钟、17分钟了，没有一个人点歌，只有总督老头点了一首歌，还是我不会唱的。达尔文。唱总督老头的，他不急，我学会了就唱啊。
Wonder what time?
Isn't that it could be found?
A little trick. Right win.
诊所吊瓶还忘了戴耳机，只能把声音调得很小，贴耳朵听，假装打电话。主播能祝我好起来吗？你咋了？谢可怜的 NSC 啊！希望你快点好起来哦。气泡音迷死我了！谢谢 SDWY 的 SC， 这还拿不下你。公老好帅，我好爱，谢谢。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
猪兔子 SC。
Intersect and divide. Intersect and divide.
户外灵魂收容所，我能跟着唱吗
？Right win。
哎，不太会唱这歌，等会儿再唱吧。先找首歌开场吧。
还是呢？
摩天轮的眼泪。
Time. Wanna watch the aerial
哎，我这个
stunts?
新的键盘我真的好不适应啊，家人们，经常打错字。
Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh.
Come back to me.
Who ate beans?
快乐的起飞，忘记那未知的明天，跳我进玫瑰，感觉到爱就在身边，也多美。
Hey, don't resist.
Don't blink.
体会，悲伤的起飞，纠结在失去的昨天，他学着改变，懂得原谅这个世界等时间。歌词呢？细品一切，摩天轮的眼泪，经历了太多风和的轮回，
Wanna watch the
快
time?
乐悲伤的滋味，曾经回忆多珍贵。摩天轮的眼泪，当有天我们是真不回味。在释然中发现，所有付出不会浪费。
Ever watch the aerial stunts? Hi.
Time to check my
勇敢的起
calculations.
飞，从来不曾学会躲心，梦不被熄灭，到达了最高的顶点，睁开眼，感受星空包围。疯狂的起飞，爱是场华丽的冒险，别用力防备，快乐的感到了晕眩无所谓。彼此依偎，摩天轮的眼泪，经历了太多风和的轮回，滑落过快乐悲伤的滋味，曾经回忆多珍贵。
真的找不到歌词了。
摩天轮的眼泪，当有天我们细数着回味。在释然中发现所有付出。摩天轮的眼泪，经历过太多分合的轮回。悲伤的滋味，曾经回忆多珍贵。摩天轮的眼泪，当有天我们细数着回味，在释然中发现所有付出不会浪费。
我重新开一下吧。为什么会不显示了
These people next door are really...
Hello, cool girl.
黑了。等一下。
These people next door are really noisy. Goodness, a truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration.
OK。可以了吧？
A nice result. It's almost as precious as the number 1, the mother of all things, the beginning of nothing turning into something.
自称我兄弟老张在小区篮球赛打了20年，终于完成了4万分，前无古人的历史成就。能祝福他再打52年吗？祝福啊！谢谢德怀恩韦德的 SC 啊！
Wow, those are treasures. We usually call them the transcendentals.
谢谢奈雪的白子赠送的舰长，欢迎你，谢谢你哦。
You got a fragment of the world of matters. Alright, I have no idea what it is actually. Oh, you got a fragment of the world of matters. That's an excellent result. I admire the insightfulness of Sharpadantes. They were able to identify people's types of numbers and demonstrate their attitude with their teeth. Oh, you got a fragment of the world of matter. Do the calculation again if the result is not what you want. It's also a step you need to take to rule out... Wow! Those are treasures. We usually call them the transcendentals, as they are shiny. A nice result. It's almost as precious as the number 1, the mother of all things. The beginning of nothing, turning into something. take an island vacation and enjoy the sunshine. Don't worry, a parent always welcomes those who listen. Thank you, Burton. You're back. Of course you
当时无法为你写的那首歌，都是我永远的遗憾。当爱逝去，如果所有的错重来一次，能否改变结局？终于落下休止符的那首歌，我听着每一个音符流过的回忆，为什么在那么多年以后还不能说再见？Melody， 脑海中的旋律如此熟悉，爱过你，在我心里只能轻轻叹息。Melody， 无数动人音符在生命里，爱过你，失去后我才知道要珍惜。旋律转个不停，爱着你，求你听我唱完这一段旋律，请不要离去。Melody， 脑海中的旋律如此熟悉，爱着你，在我心里只能轻轻地叹息。Melody， 无数动人音符在生命里，爱着你，失去后我才知道要珍惜。
死！我不感觉唱歌没力气呢。饿了，刚吃完饭来的。谢谢冰冰从小就加全糖赠送的舰长。本当にありがとう。
You're back. Of
卖
course
了
you
体
are.
谢英文早市的新月水晶球、荣耀水晶，本当にありがとう。本当にありがとう。还想听什么歌啊？大伙儿？吃了什么好吃的？没吃什么好吃的，吃的都是些
Thank you, Verton.
不好吃的东西。
You're back. Of course you are. Because this These people next door are really noisy.
莫文蔚的阴雨天哪。 起飞，忘记那未知的明天，它握紧玫瑰，感觉到爱就在身边，也多美，要静静的体会。悲伤的起飞，纠结在失去的昨天，他学着改变，懂得原谅这个世界等时间。
Wanna watch the aircon? A little trick. Right wing.
经历了太多分合的轮回，花落过快乐悲伤的滋味，曾经回忆多珍贵。摩天轮的眼泪，当有天我们写成轮回味。在世人中发现，所有付出不会浪费。我歌词呢？你们听得到伴奏吗？
What? Time to check my calculation. Oh, it's a bubble.
勇敢的起飞，从来不曾学会妥协，梦不被熄灭，到达了最高的顶点，睁开眼，感受星空包围，疯狂的起飞，爱是场华丽的冒险，别用力防备，快乐的感到了晕眩，无所谓。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
摩天轮的眼泪，经历了太多分合的轮回，花落过快乐悲伤的滋味，曾经回忆多珍贵。真的找不到歌词了。摩天轮的眼泪，当有天我们细数着回味。在世人中发现，所有付出。摩天轮的眼泪，经历了太多分合的轮回。花落过快乐悲伤的滋味，曾经回忆多珍贵。摩天轮的眼泪，当有天我们细数着回味，在世人中发现，所有付出不会浪费。重新看一下吧。
Хорошо. Right wing.
既然奈雪的白子增错了舰长，欢迎你，谢谢你哦。终于明白，你已变成回忆，没有言语能够说明，当别人问起。
Только побед!
有句点，也无法再继续。像埋伏在街头的某种气息。
Только побед!
经过把往日笑与泪勾起，忽然心痛的无法再压抑。原来从未忘记。脑海中的旋律，转个不停。爱过你，有太多话忘了要告诉你。melody， 无数动人音符在生命里。爱过你，失去后才知。
Noticed me and they didn't stare for awkwardly long. I enjoyed this.
阴天，再不剩鸦片，还是寂寞的无聊消遣。香烟凝成一滩光圈，和他的照片就摆在手边，傻傻两个人，笑得多甜。
Look at my back.
还是总是分分钟都妙不可言，谁都以为热情它永不会减，除了激情褪去后的那一点点倦。也许像谁说过的贪得无厌，活该应了谁说过的不知检点。总之那几年感情了灵犀那一年。阴天，在不开灯的房间，当所有思绪都一点一点沉淀，爱恨情欲里的一点盲点，不至于出那么明显。女孩统统让到一边，这歌里的细微末节就算都体验，若想真明白，真要好几年。究竟是序曲或完结篇？感情不就是你情我愿？最好爱恨这平两不相欠。感情说穿了，一人挣脱的，一人去捡。男人大可不必百口莫辩，女人实在无需楚楚可怜。总之那几年，你们两个没有缘。阴天，在不开灯的房间，当所有思绪都一点一点沉淀，爱情究竟是还是寂寞的无聊消遣？香烟凝成一滩光圈，和他的照片就摆在手边，傻傻两个人，笑得多甜。傻傻两个人，笑得多甜。
阿紫，你在？
Judging from the omen, it's at the northwest, the beginning and the ending of the ring, where the wall reflects repeatedly. The northwest of SPDM. This one is straightforward. The beginning and the ending of the ring is not a problem either. The icon of the computing center is exactly the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. Here we are. But where the wall reflects repeatedly, does that mean a closed room with mirrors? The mirror in the display center is a huge kinescope in the wall. And the one in the airtight laboratory is a crystal clear observation window. The one in the rehab center? No. The mirrors in the operation room have been replaced with
birthed electronic screens of steel structure after that xenopilot made a scene. So, where is the answer? Hey! You just hit me! Shouldn't you apologize?
Where did you come from, dork? Wasting my time.
What? How could he say that? That's rude!
That gentleman doesn't look well. He's covering his face. His nose is running with purple liquid. Oh dear. Did he drink a whole bottle of purple Chrysandra juice? He needs treatment immediately. Oh, if only I had brought the Phoenix heart nerves with me.
He ran towards the rehab center. Nothing to worry about. Just another patient trying to prove he has recovered. The rehab center has all the facilities and medicines he needs. He will be properly treated. But why is he wearing the uniform of Laplace? And where's the receptionist here?
Does everyone go to the weekend party night?
Absolutely not. The researchers here are too busy to do that. The computing center is working on the most urgent and vital project, the research on the immunity to the storm. We should not disturb them unless it's an emergency. So please stop calling the office and put down the telephone, Miss Sotheby. This is not the ear of a tea kettler, and it won't take you to any twist balls. Je sais qu'elle est débutante, mais quand même elle est trop bizarre. Guide new members with caution and patience. Trigger the afflatus at the right time. J'avoue que Verten a remporté une victoire temporaire sur ça.
Miss Boonish, I just read the map on the counter. You mentioned where the wall reflects repeatedly. Does the vision refer to the racquetball center here? You see, its icon is a bouncing ball.
Let me take a look. Found it! This is really the right direction. Next, empty boxes, glasswares, and copper pieces. Looks like our destination has piles of metal. Good job, Assistant Sotheby. I have to say, I might have gone a bit too hard on you. You are more capable than I thought. Thanks to your prompt reminder, we have saved quite some time.
Sotheby is glad to help. Miss Boonish, since you're such a talented diviner, why don't you just divine the reason for the storm with your inherited arcanum ability? According to Ms. Moisson, the reason still remains a mystery. If the crystal orb can reveal its truth, everything will be much easier for Vertin and her team.
Divine the reason for the storm? That's impossible for sure. It's a typical mistake of laymen to believe one can see everything through divination.
You are an expert on potions and arcane creatures, but you have little knowledge on other subjects. Haven't you received any systematic education on Arcanum?
Education on Arcanum? I'm of course well educated in Arcanum, with Ms. Morsel as my tutor, and my arcane friends such as Typhon from the Auto Island, Jupiter, and...
Alright, enough! I have understood the fact that the education you have received is not, systematical, or say, incomplete, imperfect, inelegant. But don't worry, because you are talking to the kind-hearted Matilda. She will spend her valuable time to make it up for you. In fact, the system of Arcanum knowledge is not completely separated from that of human science. For example, the modern pharmacy and chemistry actually originated from the experiments of potions and alchemy in the ancient times. They developed into two different systems because arcanists focused more on the knowledge ignored by scientists, which is gnosis. The knowledge we learn from divination is exactly under this category.
Wow!
Let me fill you in with more details. If two human researchers test Snell's law at two different places at the same time without making any mistakes, they will always reach the same conclusion. Or if two potionists use the same ingredients and follow the same formula to make the cough cough stop stop potion separately, their products will also have similar effects. However, if two diviners respectively perform divination on the same thing, they will probably see totally different visions. Because what the divination shows is merely omens. The interpretation of these omens is in fact a kind of subjective deduction based on the reality, and there is no such thing as a standard answer. Even if the two diviners draw the same conclusion, it is more of a coincidence than a result that implies generalizability. So diviners never check the accuracy of their divination through the review of peers. And this is an example of gnosis. Unlike human sense, it is unique and possesses no universality. In other words, even if someone finds out a reason for the storm through divination, they can't have other diviners verify it, because 100 different diviners will give out 100 different conclusions. The scene will be even busier than a concert at Musikverein. That being said, the more possible result we get from the divination is nothing. Divination cannot bring knowledge which the diviners have never learned. The divination of such world-class knowledge, as complicated as the reason for the storm, can only be performed by world-class diviners. We may find one or two diviners like that if time continues to be reversed, like Nostradamus. But he lived in the 16th century. Besides, even Nostradamus is not always right.
But Miss Buaniche is! Thanks to your divination, we're getting closer and closer to that report, right?
You are right! Finding items, interpreting dreams, and making simple prophecies. All these things are just a breeze for the bright and clever Matilda. But inquiring about the storm is beyond my ability, and it will only bring misfortune. I will never make such a stupid mistake. In fact, this half of the report and the handwriting of the author are perfect divination media. Besides, our target is not far away from us, and I'm familiar with the surroundings, which have made things much easier than usual. It is true diviners can improve the accuracy and controllability of their gnosis by practicing repeatedly, holding the rituals properly, and making targeted preparations. But that still doesn't mean the result will be absolutely accurate.
The report says that person who mentioned the School of Numbers claimed she was enlightened about the year of the next storm. Is that also by divination?
I am not sure what kind of arcane skills they used, but numbers are indeed a kind of omen too. I am not talking about the specific knowledge of mathematics, but the numbers themselves, because they are even more abstract than images and languages as kind of symbol. Even so, there is no way for us to verify this prophet, unless it really comes true. That is also why it takes almost nothing to spread a prophecy. My mother told me many people in the outside world write to the Foundation every day, claiming to be prophets who can predict the doomsday and thus requesting unemployment benefits.
The doomsday? Unemployment benefits? Oh my! The outside world is far more wonderful than I thought. How fascinating. Miss Boanish is even greater than I expected.
You bet! Wait, did you mean I was not the greatest? Here we are, Miss Sotheby. Now, this is the moment to verify the result of my divination.
If you look at the ground after the rain, you can often see at the end of the trail there may be a snail slowly crawling forward. But what if we don't see any snails at either end? How are we going to distinguish the direction to the future from that to the past? Criterion. What you see is not necessarily true, but what is logical is, because we haven't witnessed or experienced anything illogical so far. This point was firmly believed by those researchers who worked in the house like canned sardines. It remained true to them until the first drop of rain rose. The sardines suddenly... Whatever they used to mend the can, there was still a crevice left between the inside and the outside. The chaos didn't last. If it really was, does it mean we will find out the truth of time once the secret of the rain is revealed? There has never been a shortcut, so then, observation stations were built all over the globe. The staff learned how to collect and keep the valuable samples efficiently, in no time. The order and silence were brought back to the labs. It was a grand feat, and no one could have accomplished it inside this huge, cumbersome machine, except another machine. She took no... That's why she made a decision as soon as she read that report and its attachment on her desk. The former was about a delicate component which flapped like a butterfly in that huge machine. And the latter was a piece of paper full of circles and dots. Then she stored the information on her hard disk and destroyed the report. And the paper which claimed to have recorded the locations where the storm might happen, yes, the one with the butterfly-like drawings, was retained for data comparison. It seems she's satisfied with the result.
Where are we? Lost and found at the racquetball center? The orb showed copper pieces. We need to find something that seems to be locked, but is actually not. Aha! Found it! Nothing can stop the genius, Matilda.
The trip to Egypt didn't go smoothly. The ship was hit by a common storm at sea. We were lost in the fog after that, completely off course. Then something emerged from the water. Since the first storm, the Foundation has received frequent sightings of arcane creatures which should have been extinct in history. I had no idea what I was shooting at, even after I emptied the clip. And I didn't know what to do, so the arcanists brought us back on course. She named the precise longitude and latitude of our location, even without using the sextant in the spare cabin. I wonder how she did that. Perhaps the world did look different in her eyes. Then when I was about to step on a random plank on the ship, she suddenly dragged me back. I thought it was only an inappropriate joke. But the next second, the plank broke. I was stunned, and asked her how she saw that coming. She just answered me as if we were talking about the weather.
Because that plank is deformed like a rhombus.
I was confused. Where is the rhombus? She laughed.
The rhombus can't be seen with eyes. You shall close your eyes, hearken to the teaching of the Supreme Existence, and seize the moment of afflatus.
Of course, I didn't see anything. Nor did I understand what the moment of afflatus was. Perhaps it's just another privilege enjoyed by arcanists, just like their right to be lunatic. Nevertheless, she reached the correct conclusion in a completely wrong way. Is it really possible? Anyway, she saved my life. But that was not enough to settle the differences between us. She remained rejective to working with the Foundation, and I finally gave up on the attempt to persuade them. My mission on that trip was not to make contact with them. Besides, what we needed was builders of the storm observation system, not some liars who would only make things worse. As for the shelter they took from the storm, She wouldn't say a word, as if she were dealing with a spy who pried to find out the deepest secrets of the Arcanists. In the end, Hugh mediated between us. He gave me an address in Istanbul to which I could send the letters to contact them. After that, I spent more than half a year in the Egypt office. Things were even worse there than I expected. Some have gone missing after the storm. The people who were supposed to be in the Egypt office, according to the member list stored in the headquarters in 1985, were not there when I arrived. The situation could be caused by the limitations of the transmission of paper-based materials, or because the computer was not yet popularized to every corner of the globe at the time. One minor mistake of a copyist could develop into a huge difference. Besides that, the chaos inside Laplace was an even worse issue. I learned that someone published the paper Samplings of Global and Regional Chaotic Energy Route Changes in the name of Butterfly of Lorentz. Apparently they secretly used our sampling sites, yet their research direction and conclusion were radically different from Laplace's. The researchers equally divided into two schools, one sticking to the human technology they have focused on, and one changing their direction to Arcanum. At the time, it was still too early to decide which direction was right, without sufficient experimental data. But many already believed that if time continued to be reversed, human technology would only keep falling into decline, while Arcanum, which relies on personal ability, would rise again. proves that gnosis cannot be copied, verified by an independent third party, or comprehended through reasoning. Its nature decides that it cannot lay the foundation of science or be popularized to every ordinary person. It takes solid marble to build a castle, not slippery sand. Even so, what harm will it do to rely on arcanum when the underlying logic of all things has become unreasonable? Before the disagreement was settled, the storm in 1987 was predicted. We were ordered to return to the headquarters 24 hours before its arrival. But the prediction was not accomplished by Laplace. A captive from Manus Vindictae names the precise date of that storm. Our enemies, those lunatic xenophobes, valuing only pure blood, made it further than we did. Yes, we built observation stations, we made countless deductions, we developed multiple simulation models. We made efforts, we sacrificed life, we did whatever we could. Yet the result was that we didn't find any other regions immune to the storm, except the headquarters and another one in North America. In the end, 95% of the branch members were reversed, 87.9% of the equipment was destroyed, and 100% of our predictions failed. In conclusion, our endeavor brought no achievements. As for the captive from Manus Vindictae, the delirium patient who claims that oracles flowed under his parietal bone, when we asked him how he learns the precise date of the storm, he burst into laughter.
Can't you hear it? Has God left you behind when he spread his grace?
Then, he smashed his own skull with a handcuff. Yes, there was no doubt. He was an incurable lunatic. But his insane nonsense was exactly the reason we survived the storm again. No matter how unreasonable or illogical it was, or how much a lie it sounded like. So we'd better believe we shouldn't go out in black today because the fish is swimming in the water. We'd better believe in the existence of the non-physical, everlasting, transcendent world where everyone's soul is a number. We'd better believe in the supreme existence which caused the disorder of time by merely casting its shadow. That means the life of individuals means nothing more than rubbish, and the world is but an imperfect ruin, where only the chosen ones will pass the trial, where the rest will be eliminated by the rain. How am I supposed to do that? Finally, I made up my mind to write to her. I didn't expect her to answer my questions. All I wanted was to confirm if she had survived that storm. For the sake of our peaceful talk about the rhombus. Yet what I heard from them was a simple announcement of her death, with only 2 words. She died. Then it burned and turned to ashes in a second. On the same day, the first and only timekeeper who just took office, the 12-year-old child, returned alone from the storm. She told us the time in the outside world at that point. And that was how I knew she was right.
It is right in front of you.
What? If there is a God, why are you playing such a prank on us, after we had suffered from the collapse of all the existing orders and the failure of all the great laws? If this is what she calls a glimpse of the supreme existence, the moment of a flatus, do you have to present it in such a cruel way? The last 2 digits in the number of the year after that storm were exactly her name and her number. "77.
Incroyable! Incroyable! C'est vrai! Quelqu'un a vraiment fait cette prophétie! Bertin and Sonetto will be thrilled to know what we found! Well done, Miss Sotheby! You performed as well as a formal investigator! We need to submit this report to your instructor immediately!
What are you doing in other people's rooms? This is my personal item. You have no rights to take it. Please leave immediately.
Personal item? This is a precious record that should have been submitted to the Foundation. According to Administration and Regulations for Dispatch Personnel, St. Pavlov Foundation Decree number 259, every member of the Foundation, when acting as a field investigator, is required to create a comprehensive investigation report of all their actions and promptly submit it.
And they are obliged to ensure the authenticity, objectivity, and impartiality of the report. No personal bias is allowed in the content. If you have read this report, miss, you should know that it's not even qualified to be filed.
But this is an emergency!
I can tell from your uniform, you are a student of SPDM, or... This is Laplace. Do you have your guardian's approval to leave the school, Miss Underage Student?
Approval? I don't need that. I am not a student. You are talking to the exceptionally promoted monitor assistant of SPDM. Here is my ID. Did you just ignore a formal administrator of the Foundation? This monitor assistant will report every misbehavior of yours. Every little bit of them.
Miss Moisson, we found that report here. The great Miss Buanish and I discovered some important information. I came to you and Madame Z immediately after we read it. Miss Buanish, why are you confronting Mr. Chair?
I didn't expect to see the second half of that report here in your room, Adler.
Don't call me that, friend. Why not just call me Enigma? Just like everyone else. Relax. I know nicknames mean no harm. But I don't understand. How is a report filled with meaningless words of any concern to you, Madam Z?
It provides information about the Arcanist group Virgin is now dealing with. If possible, please give it to me.
Of course. How can I turn down a request from Constantine's chief of staff? Take it away. I hope you don't mind the mold on it.
Please pay attention to your manners and do not bring disgrace to the computing center, Mr. Rude.
Ms. Buanish? Ms. Sotheby? You've done a great job. I'm sure what you have found would be of great help to Timekeeper. And I will report your active performance in this mission to SPDM as soon as possible, Ms. Buanish. We need to further analyze the files you found. The first on the scene could provide more detailed information. Let's get out of here.
Exceptionnel! Oh là là, exceptionnel! Non, non! Calme-toi, Matilda. I didn't accomplish it alone. Assistant Sotheby also played a significant role. Hooray! That is to say, Miss Burnish, we can start preparing the balloons and flowers for the twist ball. Speaking of which, this monitor assistant still needs to think about it. By the way, just call me Matilda.
There will be no advance in human technology. You think so? Even thee, Madam Z, has given up on the study of theoretical physics and become a politician.
No. I've never thought of that.
I am astonished by the fact that you are interacting with others.
They broke in.
If it was a complaint that you were making, you know it is within your rights to submit an interdepartmental complaint within 7 days after the incident.
Don't bother. That file means nothing to me. I didn't file it because it is a report against the rules. Why bother to submit such a log full of personal feelings and emotional behaviors to our great, rigorous foundation?
Is that so? I am gratified to find that you still have some sense.
I too am gratified that you still have no idea that I was being sarcastic.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Never mind. What do you want from me, Madam Lucy? You went all the way to this dusty, rundown place so hurriedly that you even forgot to put on that pathetic mask. This is not because of some old files, I assume.
Certainly. I hope you can be the cryptographer of the Manus Vindictae's ritual. You are still the best.
You are asking me, a human, to decode the ritual of a pureblood arcanist group? I don't see how I'll be helpful to this project.
You cannot evaluate your own level of being of value, Adler.
Well, you evaluate our value. Test us in experiments you set. Prove the hypotheses by exhaustion. Make mistakes and start all over again. You repeat the process like a roaring locomotive that pulls the research center out of this chaotic disaster. You question not what is ahead of you, nor whether the path you've taken will be regular or easy. The only idea you planted into your little brain is to move forward, to improve.
Thank you for your compliment. Credit goes to everyone.
That was not even a... Miss Mirgara. Guess you agree, a life without creativity is not worth living. And that's the life that I wake up to every day. I'm no longer the person you thought you came here for. I'll never be able to combine human technology and Arcanum. And I'll never comprehend even the slightest part of it. I am useless to you. I don't expect someone made of tin to understand a human mind. But I beg of you, leave me alone.
The work of analyzing the masks of Manus Vindictae did not go well. A side effect occurs in the researchers, and it is getting worse. The isolation wards on the basement level are overwhelmed.
What a scene. Have you aborted the experiment?
Not yet. We have conducted the Arcanum imaging experiment on the masks, and found a component which also exists in the raindrops of the storm. But knowing what it is composed of does not help explain how it works. What we're looking for is the original ritual that the Manus cast on them.
You're trying to figure out one's career planning from one's physical examination report. I wonder why it is not working. Even if somehow you manage to find the original ritual, you still need a proper environment to test it, which is the outside world with a coming storm. That's why we can't tell if we're getting results. Even if we had the right ritual, proper permission from the Foundation to travel, and strong-minded volunteer subjects, experiments performed in the Ivory Tower won't succeed because...
An experiment about the storm can only be done in a storm. Glad to see your brain is not rusty yet. It only took you 3 sentences to draw the conclusion which took the seminar a week to reach. That proves you are capable of the project. The history maintenance team has forecast different critical points of this storm. Foundation investigators are on their way. If Manus Vindictae still plans to accelerate the storm, like what they have done in 1929, there will be a high possibility that their people will show up at the transformation point of history and society, also known as the critical point of time, the center of the storm. Your sister, Greta Hoffman, is also one of the investigators.
I have no interest in any Hoffmans other than myself. We have different perspectives.
It is okay. I am just here to inform you that if any of the investigators successfully send the information of the ritual back, the research about the immunity of the storm will be conducted immediately. Take your time and be mentally prepared. But once the storm alert is issued, we only have 24 hours to verify the feasibility of the ritual. I wish you will be fully prepared by then.
One thing is for sure now. The age of humans has come to an end.
Welcome. Don't worry. Terrific. I already have a wonderful demonstration in my mind. It unfolds like the volume of Descartes. It is interesting that the structure of the wilderness shell is similar to the Fibonacci spiral. But it is interesting that the structure of the wilderness shell. It is interesting that the structure of the wilderness. It is interesting that the structure of the wilderness. It is interesting that the structure of the wilderness shell is similar to the Fibonacci. It is interesting that the structure of the wilderness shell is similar to the Fibonacci spiral. But it smells like a vulture. Do you have any idea as to why? A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration. An infinite plate of food that is always near your seat. I would not refuse. Terrific! I already have a wonderful demonstration in my mind. It unfolds like the